Hello everybody, let me welcome you to the first stream of the PLO here in Card Casino Šamorín. Let me know if you can clearly hear me, and today starts the stream that will be playing. We will be playing this stream every Monday. We are just waiting for the floorman to pick up the phones, and today the commentator will be by me, Jacob. Jakub Janoszowski goes by nickname of JJ. I'm happy to be here, and as we see, we having a 5-5 with a minimum of 500 and no maximum. And as we see, the Hungarian player is buying it for 3,000 euro, so we can expect some big games right away. We have 4 Austrian guys, 4 Slovakians, and 1 Hungarian guy, as I see it.
Yeah, we need to play 4 cards on the screen.
And today we are playing on 2 tables, so if some of you are interested to join these tables, you can choose between the 5-5 4 cards on the stream or 5-5-10, which is playing at the moment on the site. There is a table which are also having a PLO 4 and PLO 5, I believe, in dealer's choice. And as we see, probably one of the players are having a birthday, so he's already having some people seeing him and congratulating. And so back to the story of the, if you want to join us, you can join us here on the stream with me, or if you want to play this game, you can play either on the stream. You can contact floor manager. You can find the contact on the site. And I believe we are having a full table at the moment, so let's jump to the game. The Mississippian straddle is also available. The straddle is first to act, and the Mississippi is some kind of straddle on the button, which makes small blind to act first. So we are starting probably with the straddle. And the guy that's starting with the first race, which will be the size of the 40 euro, is the Robin from Austria. He has very nice double suited, nice connected hand. The guy on the button, which are buying for the minimum, but is also some kind of strategy behind that. You can exploit the guys with the huge stakes and with the straddle being played. He called the queen jack 9-7, which is in my eyes a little bit loose, especially with the 3 cards the same suit. And Patrick, which starts the game as the straddler, calls as well. Everybody connects with the 1 pair and some side cards. Turn helps the Robin, which was the pre-flop aggressor. But also, I believe Peter will be interesting to seeing a river. So that's what happened. And the river is the 7, which means that Peter can turn his hand to some kind of bluff, but I believe we're going for some small value or check. I believe this board is still good enough for value betting, with having a 10 as a blocker for some straights. I believe it's tougher to get paid in some scenarios, so he can go for check call and trying to catch some busted flash draws. But 7 is some kind of card that he can go either way. We also having a female on the table, which are just now sitting on the seed number 2, which can continue in the straddle, or she can maybe a little bit calm the game down. But let's see. And you can see the guy on the seat 5 sitting in the Slovakian national dress, or whatever it's called. It's some kind of clothing that was worn by Slovakian guys in the village some times ago. By the ornament you can also tell the region in Slovakia where he came from, but I'm not having this kind of knowledge, unfortunately. So how we can raise with the 50, it's the question, which I believe was probably made by Mississippi on the button, which is correct, which was put to the maximum, which is 5x. So the Mississippi 25 was on. We have a monotone flop, which hits the button very hardly, but it's the Patrick which leads out with, or not leads out because he's the pre-flop aggressor, but continues with bottom 2 and blocker to some flash. At this moment he decides that he will be bluffing it off, because I believe he's not ever thinking that the 10-7 will be good, or even if he's thinking he's good, he's probably going for check call. So he decides that he's gonna use this kind of hand as a semi-bluff, which I'm not a big fan, because I believe even if he hits some kind of full houses, he comes to a lot of trouble. But the river was played as check, and the Slovakian guy wins his first pot of the night. Let me know in the comment section if you have some kind of favorites here, some friends, somebody to cheer on. For me, I only know the 2 players, and it's the guy in the national clothing and the guy on the seat 3, which is Chris, which is a guy from Austria, probably living here in Slovakia, because I met him also in Bratislava in some places, so believe that he lives at the moment here, and also probably a known face for our viewers, which comes to play to the Card Casino. Seems that the straddle or Mississippi will be on almost on games. So we have Mississippi 10, small blind calls, and the guy in the middle raise his ace 10-4 with a nut suit, which I'm a fan of. I see that the button and cutoff calls also, but question is if the Luboš also joins the game, but I believe not. We are just waiting for the table and stream some kind of recalculate and being actual. So seems like a multi-way pot, which means that in this kind of scenarios doesn't matter that much who is the pre-flop aggressor. But the Patrick on the small blind goes for a very crusty limb raise to 250 almost, or 245. And we need to recalibrate a little bit, I believe. Also, the table is waiting for the dealer to announce stream how it goes. Seems like Luboš is calling. The Zbojnik on the cutoff is also calling. And Vito on the button fold. So we are going three-way. Yeah, this is the correct. And the board is the 4-4 deuce. We kindly ask also the dealer to make it more smoothly in the future for us, to let us have a time for the hand as it goes. And the Patrick, which limp re-raise pre-flop with let's say it garbage as it is, the 9-6-7-3 single suited to 6, single suited to 7, and he hits a magical gut shot after a checked flop, and he takes down this pot down. I believe also, as I'm commentating here for the Slovakians and English, and probably anybody or everybody from around the world, simultaneously is also going the Hungarian stream, for if somebody is more happy with that or it's better for him. Yeah, nice hand for 50 BB. Seems like he will be our fun player or somebody that will create the dynamic of the table. But for a player which are playing professionally or coming here for a fun, I believe it's not better preposition or the start of the game. As you see, the biggest stake being the most loose, or as at the moment they don't see it, they will have the information 30 minutes after, as we're having a 30-minute delay. In this moment they can think he's just like good player that, or not good player, but a player that has just some kind of card run. But I'm immediately a little fan of him as I see the Inter Milano hoodie on. And Zbojnik having the best combination. The double suited aces against the Mississippi on the button, which again is on maximum, which is $25. 25 euros, sorry. But we cannot see the cards of the Patrick, so at this moment we are playing a little bit blindly, and we are playing from the Zbojnik perspective. But the aces are good enough for half pot c-bet and fold. I like in this kind of things like queen deuce. The aces are very tough to play out if you are going against a check raise and bet without the queen. So I believe it's nicer to have like good aces with backdoor straight, backdoor double flush draw as a protection of your check back range. And you can also sometimes check back queen. So I like more about balance, so I will be not c-betting all aces here, but also c-betting some of them, maybe more of the bad ones, which are not having that kind of connection on the turn. If we are against one check raise, I believe we can call flop and fold turn if we are not. Now they are asking about bomb pot, as I heard, probably. If it's possible that they will make some of the bomb pot. Let's wait for our next hand. And we have a hand without straddle or ante, so Luboš from early position opens up for the maximum, which is 20 in this moment. The single suited aces with nice connectivity upwards and low. Zbojnik calls double suited hand, which is also nice for a 3-bet, as we only getting 4 bets by aces. This hand plays nice. And Robin also calls from the big blind with very similar hand. Luboš flop the top set and gut shot for the nut straight. This is a pretty easy c-bet and fold. And you can see also in front of him it's a small axe, which in Slovakian language is called valaška, which is also like historical thing that I believe was also useful for some kind of, I don't know if cutting or some kind of war stuff, but seems that it can be kind of useful tool. Next hand is Mississippi on by the crease on the button. I believe the small blind and big blind calls, and Zbojník raise 7-4-3 deuce single, which I'm not a fan of, especially on this kind of loose table that you are not gonna face many folds, especially pre-flop. The playability of the hand is very poor. Your flash draw is most likely to be dominated. Patrick is again not showing cards to us. And Luboš flops the best, as he flops the top pair and nuts flush draw with some live cards and 2 overcards to some kind of 2-pair combo, if so. But also see Kyle. Also Chris is folding, and Patrick is all in against Patrick, and we can see the nuts in his hand. The 10-8 is showdown, but no other. We can see the turn ace and the river 6 means that the nuts is not changed, so Patrick will be winning this hand. And we are probably going for 2 runouts, and we are waiting for the dealer to deal the second one, which is the king, which again opens the possibilities for the full house. And the river is queen, so it's a scoop for Patrick, and Patrick takes down this spot with the hand that is a king 10 8 deuce double suited against ace king jack 3, which Luboš didn't show down. And we have also our first rebuy. Probably, I believe that Luboš is not going home.
Ja,
We are having straddle on by the Zbojnik, which is kind of funny and irony when the guy next to him is dressed up as Zbojnik, which was a guy in Slovakia that was taking money from the rich and giving them to the poor. We're having a raise from Patrick to 40 with a single suited ace 10 and 9-3, but not suit. Not the end of the world by mean of some kind of GTO. But especially on this loose table and with players also having 500 euro stakes, which can easily 3-bet you or almost jam pre-flop. But we are going 4-way to the pretty dry board of Jack 4-4. 7 is changing a little bit because Luboš is having a full rundown, but he's not being very aggressive on the pair board with the rundown. And the revert king by Zbojnik, which he's having also a pretty loose hand of king, queen, 10 deuce, one suit. If I will be joining this table, I will go probably also with the strategy of the guy on the seat 8 and seat 6 with the buying it for 500, because you can pretty easily find a spot where you put your money in very good against either one or multiple players, either with some rundown, some kind of high pairs and stuff like that, and later during the night you can be kinda chilled on the table, even having 2.2 to 3,000 euro as other players, but being in only for a small margin of the money you are having in front of you. Now is good scanned, so also Patrick can play, and I believe he will be playing this hand because it's a very nice hand. He's starting with just a call of the straddle. The guy on the 4 is raising not the full pot, but almost the full pot. 40 with the ace, king, jack 4, single suit, but not the ace high suit. But he's dominating the other suit of Peter, which are having king 7, 6, 3. And I believe we will be seeing a lot of multi-way pots, which are also hard to navigate for professionals, so it's also good for, let's say, amateur players or players that are maybe not studying the game. Zbojnik flops the monster. He flops the full wrap with the flush draw, and he knows his customer, so he will be waiting for a bet from other players. And Patrick is having a pair and a dominated flash draw. So I believe this is a misstep from Zbojnik, and a big one. He should fast forward this hand, because this is something that can happen. Now it will be very hard, and even I believe if he hits the 5, he will be getting stacked, so I will be more happy to see more aggression on the flop, because you are ahead against the nuts. You are ahead against the trip of 8s. He played kind of small ball, which means that he probably lose the minimum, but in theory I believe he want to stack off on the flop and being the happiest person alive, with having the 5, 6, 9, 10, jack, spade, you name it. We are having a dealer change. Let's see if the dealer change helps a little bit of the dynamic of the table. And it's also dealer. When the dealer are changed, he's also picking up money from the players, because this table is not being raked as some kind of normal cash games, which you probably all play somewhere. Here is something we call time collection, which means that every player on the table is paying some kind of amount of money every half hour, which can seem like bad for beginners or for some players that, oh, they are taking my money from the stack. But when the game is rigged, I believe the even more money is taken away from the table. So this is something which is very good for players. I believe everybody was putting one chip, which believe in my logic will be 25 euro chip as the time collection being. So we are having Mississippi on small blind calls. And the big blind is raising 65, which I don't believe it's possible. So I don't know how this action happened. That Mississippi 15 probably. Yeah, Mississippi 15 makes sense. So small blind is calling 15. Big blind is raising to 65 with ace king 6-5 and having the whole table behind you. And with this kind of dynamic, I don't believe this is something you should do, because as he was not aggressive the hand before, where I believe he should be, he's now getting into the troubles, because even if he hits the king high flash, he will be not having the nuts. And as we see, the crease on the seat 3 is holding the ace high flush draw if so, but is again a Patrick which hits it the hardest, and he's having a nuts or the second nuts, as the straight flush is also possible. But I believe he will be having tough times to find a customer, but he's taking down another one. And we're having also a first drink zone. So this is looking like a nice night in front of us. I believe the stream will be going till the midnight or 30 minutes after midnight, but the games are running the whole night, and I heard that most of these players are taking hotels here and having some kind of deals with. They are gonna be playing also tomorrow. So if you want to join the game, but maybe today is not your preference day, so tomorrow is also possible that this kind of games will be on. We are having the Mississippi 25 on. Vito from small blind have a double suited hand, but I hope that he's getting away from it, because it can be costly rather quickly. Patrick is also being scared that he will be again tell by dealer that he need to scan his card, but he's folding the single suited tens. He understanding that he's having a whole table in front of him, and if he's not being as aggressive as he was in the hands before, so that means that he will be calling. He's opening the action for the squeeze and then inflating the pot to unnecessary big. And this is happens something that Vito is now folding, because his hand is not qualified as good to continue again crease raise with the king 10-6. Zvonic on the Mississippi is defending in some terms, his straddle and being in position, I still believe he's too loose. Especially that we are playing less than 3 SPR, that in the pot is 250 and the bigger stack is 650. Chris tries to go for 1/3, which I don't believe is the most often used sizing on this kind of very wet board. Now on the 4 he decided he wants to go for check and decides what to do. He goes for check call. And I believe Zbojnik has the plan to represent anything that comes, which on this board almost every river brings some kind of new nuts. And he of course goes for it. And this is why I don't like the c-bet and check the flop and turn action from Chris. But he ended up calling and being good, so maybe it was played correctly and he knows his customer. And also we're having some bad counts of the stacks, as we see the Zbojnik is not eliminated but still having, I believe, the 1k. Yeah, it's a little bit over 1,000 euro. So he will be not eliminated and he's staying here, enjoying his drink. And we can enjoy another hand. We have a new hand which is without the straddle or Mississippi, which seems to happen when the button is on the VTake or Vito, and on the big blind is either Chris or the Wang from Austria, which also joined the table with 500 euro. And she's calling the 9954 Rainbow, which I don't recommend for players watching the stream at home. The best flop Luboš with the top and bottom, and it's the correct play that he wants to some kind of know where he is and also protect his two pairs, especially against, for example, aces on the seat 4. And this hand ends up in the hand of Luboš, also known as Gambler, which is his nickname. I'm not insulting him. I believe he chose this nickname by himself or was given to him. Mississippi is on, and till this moment the Patrick on the Mississippi, which is our the most aggressive person here, or player, not person. And Zbojnik having a very nice hand, but he opened just for the minimum, the ace queen 10-6, which I don't know what is some kind of strategy behind it, when all the time everybody is opening for the pot, but when the Mississippi is on, he opened just for 2x. Which brings the veto to the play with the double suited ace queen 8-3, and he also continues on king 10 deuce, which is very weird for me. And Patrick flops all 3 pair and he will charge them up and getting fold, and Vito closely blinding out or calling and folding, which maybe is a little bit frustrated, but after just 40 minutes of play, it's very often happened that you are not getting dealt a good card. Zbojnik is thinking what to do with the pair and a gut shot and a backdoor nuts flush draw, but I don't know if this is some kind of Hollywood, because he don't want to stack off here almost never. And he's stack offing right away. And Vito is putting also his gut shot on, so I don't know if Patrick's just did it very nicely, that what he wants, that he shows that he's capable of maybe bluffing and capable of doing some weirder stuff, and he end up getting 2 times called by hands that shouldn't be even c-betted, and they are dead on the turn, which is something that can be expected in this kind of stack-offs. Ship the money to the guy, bring our reloads on, and the game can continue, but I'm very, very surprised by call of the Zbojnik. And we have 2 times money change. And Patrick is having a start of the dream. He's up 3,000 euro, which was almost not even on the table, or not in a, he was buying it for 3k and none of other guys was. So the bigger stack, or the biggest stack after him, was the 1,000 euro, which means, and as we see, he in the tournament he will be he eliminates 3 players, but as we are on the cash games, these 3 players on the seat 5, 7 and 8, Luboš, Zbojnik and Vito, are reload, and they can play further away. We have a straddle on, and the action starts on Peter on the seat 7, which also a little bit call out his stack on some kind of pre-flop, let's say loose stuff. So we're having a call by Vito with King 9 8-3 single suited. This is a hand that's a clear fold, and the limp is probably the worst option. I can see somebody raising, but going multi-way, you don't want to hit the 9 high flash. You don't want to hit almost anything, and happens that the Luboš was raising the a6 3 deuce, and this game is very, very loose. So if anybody having a time and the money to play, I will contact the floor manager here and put my name on the waiting list. And Patrick is running hot, and as the most aggressive player and most active player, he flop a top set, which is a nuts, and he c-bets for the pot. If somebody have something to play, some kind of rundown, some kind of other sets, he wants to charge them as much as he can, but nobody has anything to play with. So he takes this pot down and he's over 6k.
Som volal z tých sedí, som v Šamorín. Že ho seklo v krízor, že mal aj fyzioterapeutov za objednávku na dneska, ale že obvykle sedel v tom aute. Ale zajtra majú nejakú dobrú hru. Ale že určite príde. Je hlavný a...
Ďakujem.
Veselé.
Seems like the mood on the table is very good. Even some players need to reach for the wallet and going for the rebuys. Their attitude is still on. People are smiling and having a fun. Peter is having very nice combination, and he asks what is the amount for the pot. So he raising the pot. And only one call and Mississippi on, so it's gonna be a 40 euro. And not even a call, it's just a small blind and a big blind folding. Zbojnik calls behind him with the king, king, queen 5. Wang is having a middle rundown with a pair, which is also a hand that looks more or looks nicer than in reality is, because with the nines you are also not flopping a top set that often as with kings or higher pairs, so it can also cost you a sum of money and trouble, especially when you are playing deep stacks. Here comes the jack, which is the only card from the broadways that Peter is not having it. So it's a Zbojnik, which kinda asks all players, do you have a jack? No. Do you have a flush draw? No. And he takes down this pot, which seems kinda interesting because he's aggressive in the spots where I will be not aggressive, and he's passive in the spots where I will be aggressive. So as you can see, you will see a different approach to the PLO, and some players are playing small ball, some players are trying to put the money in when they know they have the equity on their side. When you know the percentage is on, you just want to put the money in and charge the lower draws, charge the lower straight draws. But also by the small ball you can reach the big things, especially in the tournaments where you trying to eliminate the possibility of going away from the tournament. But in cash game you are happy to take the risk. You can, I believe none of these players come here with one buy-in, so they can reload and play for more. And we have on Vuitton's 9. He raising a pot against the UTG call or UTG straddle, sorry. And the small blind Luboš is also joining them with the queen 10-9-3 with the bad flash draw, and this is what's gonna happen. Luboš is having in his head, he's having a very good hand that he can win a lot, but in reality he is super dominated against 3 pairs, all the pairs, nuts flush draw. I hope the money is going in, Luboš also, but you see that he's having very, very, very small equity. No, the graphic is a little bit off because it thinks that Vito is all in, but no, Vito is folding, and the Zbojnik is having in the all-in situation. So don't look up at the percentage and don't look at the hands. The winning guy is a Zbojnik with the nuts full house of King Jack. Luboš is having extra outs in the 3, but he's not picking any of it. And Zbojnik is scooping up again, and Luboš needs to reload again if he wants to stay in the game, which I believe is gonna happen. Also I almost hate the Vito c-bet of ace queen, queen 7 with hearts against 2 loose players on king jack 5. What do you want to achieve? Like, I don't see any idea why you want to bet, because you are not folding a better hand, you are not getting paid by worst hand. If you are hitting your set, the clear straight is on. I believe this is a very big misstep, almost like a player that is some kind of transfer from Hold'em or some kind of other poker segments, let's say, because maybe I can see a Hold'em player c-betting queens in this kind of hand, but in PLO is something that you never want to do it, honestly. So if I can help you, some of you, to, if you are watching this stream and you just watching it by kind of entertainment, I'm happy to entertain you and stuff like that. But if you maybe want to learn something more, I will try to some hands show you my perspective as somebody that is playing PLO regularly, and I will say that I'm a little bit successful in the PLO world, so I will say I know what I'm doing, but also not saying that what I say or what I will be playing here is the best and everybody needs to play like that, but I just think that my opinion can somebody help. So don't try to get inspiration from some of the players which are playing super loose. I believe my favorite for the winner will be in this moment the Patrick. Seems like he's playing very loose, but even if he's playing loose, he's in the pots where he knows how much to c-bet, he knows when to c-bet, he knows in which hands he wants to continue, and he's some kind of, I will say, is the most advanced one from these guys. I also think that Chris on the seat 3 has some kind of background. He plays PLO time to time, so I like the king's call at the end if he thinks that this spot will be bluffed a lot, but I will be playing that hand differently. But we are back in the hand which goes pre-flop raise by Vito with the double-suited ace king 5-3, nice connected hand, and Zbojnik calls to see a flop with the ace 10-10, ace 10-10-9, but unfortunately the king 8 deuce. It's no improvement for him, so he will just fold. It's very hard for me to navigate the hand in the beginning when we don't have the information about what's up. Here it seems like the Mississippi 15 is on one call and Vito is raising from the big blind for the pot of 60 with the nicest hand in the poker, I believe. Ace, King, Queen, Jack, double. He gets two customer, the Mississippi guy, Peter, and the Zbojnik. And on the flop, everybody connects with the one pair holding, but only the Vito one is the really nice one. But Peter says he's enough here with one pair and nothing. Nah, he's having two backdoor flashes and two backdoor flash draws and one backdoor straight, but this one, I believe they're running it twice, which is also not often possible in every casino to run the pots that are lower than 100 big blinds or one buy-in, to run it twice. But here in Card Casino they offer this, so they even in the smaller pots you can some kind of divide your luck percentage or stuff like this in running it more or running it twice. Now we are waiting for him to reload, and let's see if he reload again for the 500 euro or he will be reloading for more money. We have a Mississippi on for 25 euro. I hope the Vito is folding, but I believe it's not that. And the Ace, Jack, 8 deuce, a rainbow. He calls, and Patrick will be punishing this kind of behavior. And we are raising to 100 euro, which I'm a fan of. And I believe Patrick will be winning the most money in this stream or in this table. Seems like everybody is calling, but the better is calling from 300 euro stack, which I'm sorry that I announced that it's a 500 euro minimum, because seems like it's 300 euro minimum, or just the floor manager didn't see that and it's some kind of mistake here. I also don't like how he's looking at his card, because I believe the guy next to him can easily see what is his cards, so he should protect, and he immediately puts his stacks to the play. With the middle rundown, which is not something, he's having a nice equity because he's going against two sets, and I don't know if Lubos even can see his hand. He should cover it and the dealer should say it to him, because this is not us. And Patrick is going for the pot. Lubos is already sitting on the 1.3k, so he can still think that his opponent is having some kind of flush draw, some kind of straight draw. So if he thinks he's good on the flop, and he calls a 0%. And the queen, so Peter is winning at the end with the straight. But Luboš is losing the main. Or not, because they are running it twice, so... We are running it twice, so Patrick is winning the side pot full and he's chopping up even the main pot, because the first time the straight comes, but the second time he holds his kings. So Patrick is going to the 8,000 euro already. He's crushing this game. He's playing good, running good. What else you want to do? Or this is something that happens when the player knows what to do, and also having some kind of card run. We're also having a new dealer, and Stano, the dealer from Card Casino, the very nice guy and very experienced dealer, so I'm very happy to see him joining this table, also helping the dynamic of the table, and also he knows how to be funny and when to be funny, which is nice. So let's see how the game's gonna develop in these 30 minutes. During the break, I will ask the floor manager about the minimum buy-in, because it's not often that the players are allowed to sit with 300 euros to 5-5, especially 5-5-10 and especially 5-5-25, which are playing most of the time at the moment. And Luboš is rebuying again for 1,500 euro. Peter seems like he's taking a little break, and we are continuing with the game with the Mississippi on, and on the button the Mississippi guy is Vito. Patrick is calling again. He knows what to do. Ace Jack 9 deuce is a little bit loose, but you have a nut suit, you have also nut straight possibilities, so I really like this hand selection. Seems like now the graphics are again off, because it seems like it show up the guy on which are not even on the table is calling, but the guy on the cutoffs, Bojnik, is raising a King Jack 6-6, which is again little bit as I called the hold'em behavior, and he gets his kind of cherry on top, which is the set on A6-3, but he will have hard times to finding a customer. He's betting almost full pot. He gets a one call by Patrick, which is having a top pair and backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Again, I like what I'm seeing. He's also playing against the second biggest stack, so if he hits it, it can be a big one, so he knows what to do. And now the Bojnik is again going for the full pot, which seems like will be easier for Patrick to understand where he is I believe he knows that his flush draw is alive. I believe he's now thinking if the 4 is also alive for his straight out. Because he can be against some kind of middle wrap already, some kind of 4-5-7. But with the implied odds, I believe he wants to call and see the river. And the running good. And I believe he should lead, and he knows that. He knows. With 3 clubs, he should lead. But oh my god, he let him bet, and he's gonna charge him a lot. Let's play it for all. I don't believe that he will be raising a little bit less. $800,000, 1,002, 1,004. Seems like €1,000 more. And this is why you don't want to bet on the river. Like, what do you want to get paid off? Literally, what is your plan to betting the river and wanting to get paid off? By what? By 3s? Yeah, let's go for it. One hand. Straight comes up. Flush draw, if he is having hearts, he's not calling anything. If he having clubs, he's beating us, so I don't see literally any point in betting the river. And it's 1.3k at the end. And he's really going to call him off with no blocker. Not a single club. Not a single 7. Not a single 4. Not a single 9. At least he folding. And Patrick is going on the 9k. And the Hungarian power war by the Inter Milano dress is beating the Slovakians and Austrians quite hardly. And he's up €6,000. We have only 2 winners at the moment. And I don't believe, because Vito was having a rebuy, so I believe Vito is down 200 or €300. So we have only 2 winners, and that's seed 1 and seed 3. Seed 3 Chris and seed 1 Patrick. Austria and Hungary beating Slovakia. Again. Mississippi is on by the Inter Milano. Wang didn't show up too much game at the moment, but she was also a lot of time out of the table. So maybe she's just enjoying the time here and not maybe focusing that much on the game. Zbojnik calling with the King 6-5-3, going for another drink. Curious if this gonna help or if it's gonna elevate or de-elevate the table or his game. And Patrick is having again problem with the card reader. Yes, little bit lower please, dealer. Thank you very much. We are good. We are good to go. Vito is raising again some kind of holding, but I'm not a hater of this. He's having a Patrick behind him and in front Zbojnik, which shows that some kind of weakness because he's not limping that much, especially from late position. So I believe he knows that he's having some kind of weird hand, and this weird hand flops the best as he flops the wrap. But it's the wrap on the paired board where the 5, which will giving him the nuts straight, will also give Patrick a nuts full house. On the 8, he starts betting because he's getting even more outs as the 7 comes as he's out. And Vito is thinking that he should be good here most of the time, which I also believe it's true. And queens are good. He's showing him the wrap. And Vito is also joining the winner's crew by winning probably a €100 at the moment.
na ňu chodí tak. Čo obyčuješ?
Stredu 10, hej. Pas. 30. Minutka pas.
Wie viel ist ein Steak? 20? Nein. 40 meine ich. Also 15 Chips.
Ja,
50. Ja, okay.
Chris is having a debate with the Patrick from Hungary, like the amount of chips he's having in the stack, and he decided he wants to chip count his stacks by 50, which can happen sometimes when you're buying it for 3,000 and 1 hour in the game you are almost having a 10,000 euro in front of you. This is not a basic 5-5, but also possible to win here big. So if some of you are interested to join this game, come to the Šamorín, and I believe the floor manager will write you on the either waiting list or immediately you can join the table if the place is open. We are having also or you can see behind them is going some kind of satellite for the next week, or this week, the week tournament, which is 100 euro, 100k guarantee, I believe. So you can join also that, but don't know if the majority of people which are watching this stream will be really hyped about 100 euro Hold'em tournament. PLO is more fun, whoever. And we have the Mr. Goat, and I like this guy even more and more. And Mr. Goat winning 7,000, having a good time, going for the massage. This is also something that Card Casino offers to the players, that they're having a massage girls here on the bigger tournaments or this kind of stream tables. They offer for the players which wants to even more relaxed. They can ask them, and for some kind of financial let's jump back into this game. We are on the flop. Vito seems to flop the best with a top pair and a bottom or small straight draw. Zbojnik having a 1 pair and a gut shot improves to the 2 pair. And even with the 2 pairs, he's being not a favor. And Vito is taking down this spot. I will let you alone for the 5 minutes, and I will come back joining you again to this kind of cash game table.
Stredu, hej. Na osmička. pass. 25.
Nie zaczął raczej, ale pogratulować. Просто так не указывал. Просто так не указывал. Это же не время. Он был рассказал. Да. И сразу хотя. Да?
To není tak, se mu dává blind, hej?
Tak bravo, že? Tam to je? Já jsem to.
Floorman. Keď to není, tak ten blind se dává, že ne? Ale kdyby to nebylo,
Aber ich verstehe schon, dass sie nicht kommen dürfen. Die werden dann richtig sind.
Sauer,
Wenn sie nicht spielen.
das ist aber das geht.
sedmička.
Sie sind dann immer in Russland wahrscheinlich.
Ja, das ist aber dann.
Entschuldigung.
Osmička, call. 25, 25. Call, sedmička, pass. Osmička,
25
call. Call.
25?
Pass.
25.
Nichts mehr.
Oh.
Muss sagen.
Muss klappt schon.
Trojka má karty, no. Trojka závěr. Check, tak? Osmička. Check.
Hopp.
Hoppa!
Yes.
50. Dělina. Jednotka, pas.
How much you played total? Okay. Okay.
1,000. A little bit more.
Okay.
Dělina, check. Vem, no. 300.
And I'm back. All the fans of the PLO, mainly PLO, but all the fans of the poker. I'm joining you by the hand in which are 1,200 euro in the middle. It's a full house against a trips, which didn't improve to a full house. I believe he should go for a small value bet, but I don't see the action, so
Only 6? Oops.
and he showdowns his fives and he's winning.
Ja, das gehört. Sehr gut.
We are waiting for another hand. We're still having only 2 winners in this game, and the seed 3 and seed 1. Seed 1, our GOAT, which seems like the massage stops, and he's going to just play the poker. Maybe it means that he will be more aggressive, and we will see a more bigger pots. And as I say, if right now we have a full table, but I think the secondary table is running just beside of this. And if you want to join us or join the table, you can do it. It's also 1-2 hold'em running. So if you want to play poker, you can have. You just need to come here and you can play either PLO or hold'em. Now we see that the players are a little bit stopped drinking and focusing more on the food. Now we're having a multi-way pot where Luboš is going to squeeze by the pot. We are not seeing his hand at the moment. And he's having a double suited kings, double suited red kings. He's going to raise the guy on the small blind, this Bojnik. He's going to call, but I believe his range is very capped, as he only calls pre-flop 15. So now we are going 4-way. We are going 3-way. Seems like we are going 3-way. Woman on the seat 2 is not showing our cards, and Bojnik having a pair and a gut shot. Luboš is missing this flop, but he pick a pair and a backdoor flush draw, plus his kings should be also good.
Two-time, okay?
Ich hab nichts. Momentan.
Two-time. Two-time.
Varas. Zweimal. Minimum mal.
Immer auf Sendung.
Mr. English.
No dal som ho.
It seems like they end up all in on the flop, and we are not seeing the cards of the Wang, so I don't know what happens, but seems like they are splitting the money and they are running twice. Seems like small blind is calling 20, so we are having the Mississippi on for 25 by seed 8, which is correct.
105.
Also, Wang calls her ace jack 10-5, and Zbojnik is raising king jack 5-4, single suited 2-5. Don't know if he's this kind of his favorite hand or he's tilting a little bit, but he decides that he wants to play for more money with this hand. This is also a sign, if you see a player looking at her cards like this, you for sure know that she's not a professional. I probably watch more than 1,000 of hours of stream of WSOP, WPT and stuff like that, and I never ever see a good player looking at her cards like this. But this is also a game for the recreational players. As I always say to some of my non-poker friends, the poker is working a little bit differently than the other sports or other stuff in the life, that on the higher buy-ins you can still find weak players, but it's the players that are enjoying. And graphic is also again off, because it shows that the Wang should be almost all in, but she's putting more chips on the river with her nuts full house, and this Zbojnik is gonna call her off, even she's never ever bluffing. So she's double up again, and she's also on some kind of run that she managed that her 300 euro almost quadruple up.
Das Ganze gehört mir. Ja, deswegen. Dine bleibt, ja. Ja, ich mach Pause.
Okay.
Ja.
Na dvojke malo. Tak nie wiem, czy widzę na kolczem ręce. A ja widzę po prostu. To je od něho, ano?
Nije od moje ženi čo tam.
Ako bol to na tento stílovaný?
Taká jeden odpět, takže malý OK.
To je dobrý spôsob, aby to ľudia videli, že je tady. Neviem, či to bude na taký nejaký, ale ľudia len sa len ale oni to nemajú. Pomalé to je. Ale sa kúpa, že není to teďka. Čo?
Ano. A dvojka tu není, platí. Čtvorka to není. Nebolo nič. Štvorka, šestka zahodil. 8 kol a 9 kol. Na jednotke je 20.
This is some kind of wet board, one of the wettest if we even having some kind of flush draw, but Patrick seems like he's gonna take down with the second nuts and the blockers to the almost all straights.
Okay, so
Again, the Mississippi seems like the favorite thing for the players, and also when I'm playing the cash games, I'm more likely to straddle from the button, because then you put the small blind and big blind to the bad action of that being the first to act, and you're still having the position. So the Mississippi is multiplied by 2 or 3 times better straddle or better form of straddle than the classic one from the UTG. Patrick again hits hard with the top set. Peter is folding out his one pair, and Zbojnik also flops the world. He flops the top par, wrap, and a flash draw. He's having more percent than the actual nuts, which is the nines, and this is something that is very hard to say to somebody that is not playing Omaha, because in Hold'em, when you have the nuts, the best combination ever, then you are having the most percentage. But here, yes. And the Zbojnik is doubling up his hand. But the mood and the smile is still on, so I'm more than happy to see that, and this kind of behavior, that even if somebody is losing, it's not end of the world. These players here are for the fun, and if you're gonna manage to win some money, it's just good. good extra for you. Now we are playing mostly six-handed. I don't know honestly what the Wang is doing, because she's literally like more often outside of the table than on the table. But maybe she needs this kind of dynamic for her comfort. I also know players that are going for example, cigarettes every 10-15 minutes, so it just depends player to player.
Left, pot, you call. Left, pot, you call.
Flop queen 7-6 with two hearts. Nobody flops too much. Zbojnik is having a pair and a gut shot. Now he's having a pair and a double gut shot, which I believe he should bet, and he's also doing that. But the kings, even if you are ahead, you are having a tough time to find a river call, so I like his decision to fold. Another hand is starting, and it's starting on the Peter or Peter with Queen Jack 8-6 sitting on the 400 euro. But again, I believe the graphic is a little bit off, as I see multiple white chips which are 100 euro each. Zbojnik raised to 15. Vito calls, both having very similar hands, which should end up in the muck. But Vito hits his top two, and he will be probably betting a pot. No, he's betting a 30. Luboš is calling with his bottom two, and Zbojnik decides that he has a lot of cards on the turn that can bring him some kind of equity, but especially on this card he's dead. But I believe nobody will be very happy to bet. But Luboš for sure knows that Vito is not having straight, because he checks the turn, so he's trying to put that pressure on. And he now is trying to convince him to fold, and I believe he will be successful. And he totally understands also that he's super capped, so he sized it up pretty nicely, but he ended up getting paid by marginal hand. It's not the worst hand to call. Sorry. He even improved to King Jack, and we are having so much time before the calling. I believe the Jack 5 is enough for call, and with the 4 blocker you are having a good spot to hero call, but he takes this time with King Jack. Maybe he just wants to think really deeply about it, but me in the shoes of Luboš, I will be a little bit pissed off by a little slow neat roll. And we're having 3 winners. I believe Vito is still down, because I cannot imagine Vito buying it for 275 euros as the graphic show up. So we're having a new winner, which is the ENG, which is the woman sitting on the seat 2, which is not here. So the left side is winning. The seat 1, seat 2 and seat 3 is winning, and the right wing is losing. $9-3-3. We can see now Vito really happy and really quickly looking at his cards. He's putting away some kind of life tells really easily. I believe that he should a little bit work on that. And Zbojnik, which flops the nuts full house, is getting 2 outered by queen, and Vito is improving his pair of, or his strips of threes, to the full house queens full of threes, and Zbojnik is having 9s and very, very happy. I will be so pissed off in the shoes of Zbojnik. This is very, very unlucky for him. I love the flop calls with the 9s, because I believe we will be all in call on the turn, no matter what turn it will be. Unfortunately, it's the queen for him, so he ends up with 200 euro. Maybe even less, something like 150. And Vito is having his double up, and maybe by now he's in the green numbers. I honestly don't remember that much how big was his rebuy, because I know that he busted in first half hour. You can see that Zbojnik don't want to play with 150 euro, and he's reloading money or counting up the money. Seems like Zbojnik is reloading 1000 euros, so he's sitting on 1,200 at the moment. Patrick is not playing for long, and he wants to join the party with a rainbow hand. He's kinda connected, so I don't hate it that much, but I try to avoid and try to tell everybody that I coach that you try to avoid playing as much rainbow hands as is possible. Of course, you have some rainbow aces, some other, for example, rundowns that you are able to play, but very often it comes this kind of boards where the flush is on, so you want to have some coverage of that. Zbojnik here steals this spot with just the 10s. Very, very nice by him. Maybe he gains some confidence after losing the hand before. Even he plays it very nice and very correct. Button is on Zbojnik, so I believe the Mississippi 25 will be on. If he's putting it on when he was break even, when he's losing, I believe he will be not doing anything else, so it is. Vito is calling. This is the hands that you for sure want to call from the blinds. The 8-7-5-4, a rundown with the gap. We are not the happiest to having a 3 suit, but this kind of things also works more like blockers, because if the flash comes, that we will be not value betting the 7 high flush that much. Robin is calling also with the double suited 9s. Again, it's very similar logic that the 9 high flush draw will be not often the best one. And as we see, the spades are dominated and the clubs he's dominating, but as we see, minimum like 6 or 7 clubs already out. And we see that Zbojnik from button goes for a 3-bet with the King 8-3, and Luboš is the only player that cold calls, and you see that he's having the 40% if the graphic is good. So let's see if he can connect, and I believe he will. Yes, less than 10%. He jams and getting a quick fold, and Luboš is having tough times to connect with the board, but he's not picking up the best hands also. Let's be honest, the King Jack 10-5 is not the hand that you want to end up too much in the 3-bet pot if you don't know that you are going against aces almost exclusively. So Wang is still not on the table, so she gets skipped by big blind, and big blind is Chris, and he and Patrick both calls the 10 Mississippi, but Robin wants to play for more with the single suited kings. King, king, queen 5. Luboš calls with king, queen, queen 6. Very similar hand, but smaller pair. Zbojnik also calls with the 9-7-7-4. This is a pure madness, guys. These guys don't care about what they are holding pre-flop. They want to see a flop, turn and river and decide who is better. So these guys all coming with almost coverage of all sectors. Zbojnik flops the bottom set, Vito having top and bottom. Patrick is having a top pair and double gutshot. He will be not going anywhere, I believe, but Zbojnik is betting for a lot. Curious about Vito. I believe Vito should easy fold. Vito folds. Yeah, Patrick knows that the implieds are there. If he hits the queen or 8, I believe he will be winning a big pot. And here it is. Patrick improves to the straight with the redraw to the higher straight against sevens. When we see the other player is having a 10-7, so he is having a very small amount of clean outs. You can see like 3 of his outs are jacks, which are only cards that's gonna chop it up. So it's very unlikely that he will improve on the river as it happens. So Patrick is having almost the nuts, and Zbojnik end up folding his set, and this hand cost him almost €1,000. Just with the hand you can easy fold even without action in front of you, not talking about raising 10 blinds. And Zbojnik is at the moment our biggest loser, with losing almost €5,000. And Patrick is improving his, not gonna say chip lead because this is not a tournament, but his stack, which is even nicer because each of their chips they are having in front of them, they can stand up in any time they want. If they decide they are having enough or they win enough or whatever the reasons they have, they can just stand up and go home. So this is the beauty of the cash game tables. Something for me as a tournament regular, it's something very attractive that you can choose and you can be more of yourself boss here. Here we are waiting for the Patrick decision, but he will probably only check because his hand is a pure garbage. The Queen 7-3-3, and I just see his tattoo of Inter Milan on the forearm, so he will be some kind of hardcore fan, which I love. Nobody hits anything on this board, so I believe maybe Patrick can try to steal it, but it's the Robin, which having 2 pair, which is a very nice hand for semi-bluff. I will be even happier if I see a 1 club as a blocker, but here you can be bluffing. If you get call, most of the time you are against a flush, so you will be not losing more money, but still having some outs to improvement. And we are having a Mississippi on again. Small blind and big blind both calls with a pair holding and some side cards. Zbojnik also joins them with 10-9-4-3. I believe he will be running some sort of 80% VPIP or 90 at the end of the stream if he goes by this. And he also calling the €50 extra as the veto. 3 bets, ace, queen, queen, 10. Patrick flops the set as it's almost in all the hands that he play. He going just 100. Let's see. No, he's just calling the 100 because Vito decides that he wants to c-bet for 1/3/1/4, which I'm not a fan of again. And Robin also calls as well. And now we are having very big troubles by the graphics. Sorry, I don't know what's happening at the moment. We are just seeing some kind of bet 600.
Fold. Niks leugen.
Dat goed. Goed?
Goed. Dobro. Steve. Yes. Fold.
And the player Wang is back after more than a half hour after she wins from her 300. She wins to 1.2k and gets it out for a quiet time. So this is something that the other players are not seeing very much, or they are not very happy to see that, because it's called something like hit and run. When you win and you win big, you should stay on the table, play a little bit more with them. It's nothing against the rules. It's more about if you want to be asked or if you want to be invited again for this kind of tables, when it's some more private games or stuff like that. You don't want to do this. And Patrick, which is sitting almost on the 10k, against hits this flop kinda good. He hits the open against Luboš, which is having jacks,
No.
and Zbojnik, which is having,
Nije dobro.
which calls gut shot, and he picks up double gut shot and flush draw. And Patrick is gonna be winning with his sixes, but I don't believe he can call it off. And Zbojnik wins.
Jeste. Rozumím.
And he bluffs him off, but they are having a good time. No to neviem, či nemal pár. Sorry, I switched to Slovak language as I heard them speaking, and even Hungarian guy speaking some kind of Slovakian or small Slovakian.
Okay.
And they are having a good time, so I'm happy to see that. Most of the players are having smile on their faces.
Dobro karta. Dobro karta. Good. Yes.
Just say a number, we believe.
And Patrick is maybe tilted because he now pots with the king 10-10-5 single suited, especially on this table where the people are not folding. I don't like this, but he's having 9.5k. If he gonna lose some 150, it's not gonna hurt him that much, and he gets called almost by everybody. And the biggest equity is having a Luboš with 35%, almost most third in five-handed is very good with queens and eights, but again he will be having tough time to call it off or seeing the river if he don't hit the set or flush draw. Zbojnik has something that's called blockers, but it's something that probably every fan of PLO already heard some. So he's not having a deuce 3, which is the straight, but he's having a 3s, which is blocking the straight. And Patrick, which was loose pre-flop but loose aggressive, he's gonna win it up with the c-bet with one pair and a flush draw. Maybe Vito will calling also. Zbojnik's put it in with the pair and the open.
Yeah, you card what? I don't have a good card. No good.
And it's a 50-50.
Okay, two. Two.
Oh, but 1010. 1010.
Okay, go. Zweimal.
And we are going to run it zweimal. For not German speaking means twice.
Dobre?
And the first one is going to the Zbojnik with the ace-6.
6, ja? Just 6.
And we're having a chop. Both guys winning more than 200 euros, so they cannot be mad.
Not too bad. Okay. Incredible. What's your name, man? What's your name? What's your name?
What's your name? Roman.
Roman.
I'm Christopher.
Christopher.
Yes, please.
Good luck, kids.
Thank you.
Nice hand.
One time good hand, two times.
About it. I cannot flush them. Far not flush them.
The guys are having fun, so
No good.
again something that you're gonna see more as the limit is going higher, which I believe I see more people tilting on 1-1 and 1-2 than I see on 5-5 and 10-10. People are more fun. It's more casual players that are not pending that much on the money, and if they lose, they take it kinda like it's the part of the life. And these players are also like this. We are here 2 hours in, so after 2 hours I will say that I will put some kind of my perspective over this table. I believe the most capable players here are the seed 1 and seed 3, Patrick and Chris. Chris is, as I will say, the regular on the hold'em tables, which also having some leaks, some very good stuff about him, and I believe his confidence on the table is something that a lot of people can take inspiration of. And Patrick is also seems like a recreational player, but really enjoying time, having fun, trying to learn Slovak language with the guys on the table, also speaking German with the Austrian. So this is especially the guy that you want to have on the table. And for me, when I see the sport hoodie and the tattoo of the sport club, I immediately find him more enjoyable to watch, because this is something that I will be doing also. I'm just not having my team decided at the moment, which I will be the the fan for the rest of my life. And if you want to communicate me, let me know. You can write whatever is going to your mind. You see that unfortunately today I'm here alone, so I will try to enjoy you, or trying to for you to have an enjoyment in the commentary. And if you want to communicate, maybe tell me what's your favorite sport team, who you think is gonna be the biggest winner. But I believe we all knows that probably Patrick is gonna be the biggest winner, because at the moment it's very hard. It means that for most players to win at least 3 times their stakes, or even 4 times their stakes, to be a bigger winner than Patrick at the moment. But now we are having the table, there are missing 3 players, and we are playing 5-handed. So if I should choose who will be the biggest winner, I will say the Patrick and Chris. I hope that Chris will be having a good night, having a good run on his side, and I'm happy to see him playing more and more PLO. He's having a nice hand, ace king queen 6. It's not a high suit, it's not a nut suit, but it's still a high suit. He's having a very nice hand for a c-bet. He blocks the nuts, he having a 2 pair, blocking also some hands that his opponent can continue. So really nice. I also know why he put his name like this, and I hope during the whole stream I will not say it loud. If you want to know why, try to say his name loud in English, and I believe you will find out that the pronunciation is something similar to different language. Mr. Kyle. Wang having a rainbow hand. I hope she will be folding, and it seems like she's doing just that. The Mississippi is on, so the Wang is even acting without the game being on her, but I cannot say it's that much of her fault, because I didn't know also that the Mississippi is on. So unfortunately I'm not able to tell you what the action is, because I see the same thing that you are seeing it. So I see that Chris is waiting to call 5. Okay, so he's raising 45, and seat 8 and seat 9 calls. 8 calls with probably the worst hand in PLO. Like, I don't know if he thinks that we are playing Badugi, but for the Badugi is some kind of nuts. This rainbow not connected, nothing. So maybe they are playing one Badugi hand. So we are waiting. We only see a one hand, and I wish I will be seeing no hands if this is the one hand that I need to see in a 200 euro pot on 2-2. So I let you enjoy this hand, probably without my commentary, because I'm not having any opportunity to bring you some more information or something that you can achieve anything, because I have no ability to say to you just please fold ace 5, 8, 5, 3 deuce rainbow. And I will take a quick 5-minute smoke break, and I will join you in 5 minutes. And see you soon, and hope that I will see some questions from you guys. I want to interact with you. If you are curious about something, let me tell you. If you want to ask, for example, for whatever reason, if you see some poker hand that you want to know if it's good or bad, if you want to ask for some kind of final tables PLO, because I play a lot of PLO tournaments. I love the PLO, but not the biggest fan of the cash game. But for example, in these cash games, I will be more than happy to jump in and join them. And so I hope when I come back, I will see a lot of questions. And let's enjoy these 5 minutes without the commentary.
Check.
And
175. Divina. Jednotka pas. Štvorka kol. Mississippi, 25. No, už je toľko, no? Ešte nemám rozhodnúť.
Chceš kartu?
Áno. Áno. Môžem? Mississippi, 25. Môžem, hej?
Áno.
Máš.
Dvojka pas. 80, 80. Štvorka pas. 5, 6, 7 pas.
18. Ochta do ochta.
Osmička pas na teda kol. Devina pas. Štvorka, 6, 7 pas. Osmička kol. Jednotka kol. Devina pas. Áno. Áno.
Jedno by som myslel.
60. Best or 200.
How much is it?
Jednotka pas.
1,000?
200, yeah. Rocket call. Rocket check. 75, 475. Rocket pass. Ja, no. Dobro, no. Ovo je više, no. Ano, baš tako. Call. Call. Nie widzę tu call. Kratki trošku. Jedan kad dvojka pas. Call ace, 64 count. David pas. 60, hein? Pas? 60. Čo?
Questo è risposto.
Peter. Semička call a stoti pas.
No, mi piace.
Pas.
Mira.
Minden 100 euró a nevezés. Arra most 20 piket, 10 euró szakítani. Hát az csak hogy 20 piket.
Uno mellett. Hát a beszélés is jó. Ha most ott a nézd a hidat.
De az egy 30 euró bölcs, aztán kap 100 eurós piket.
Ott a nézd.
Persze,
Apa, Cash Game-et ott van.
tudom.
No, shut page.
And welcome back. I'm joining you again with the start of the new hand with Chris on the button with the Mississippi on. Robin having a very nice hand on the small blind. I will like the call. He goes for it. I love it. I believe he will get a lot of action behind them, and instantly Luboš without scanning or with scanning his hand, and he's having a king 10-6 raising to 40. We are Vank is also calling another rainbow hand, but this one is the one that I can see why is she calling. And Chris is also calling a rainbow 9883, which I'm not a fan of. And Robin is going for the limb race. And I believe only Chris is gonna fold out, as I see the bank already putting the 200 chips in. And is it as I say? We are having a queen deuce with the SPR 2, I believe, or SPR 1.5. I believe the only sizing that we want to have is the all-in or the pot. He goes for the 160 and gets a call by 10-10, 7-7. I'm not a fan. I'm really not a fan. I don't know what she wants to achieve. Luboš will be pissed, and as I look at him, he really is. He's just doing it quietly inside that the last king comes, but also bringing a flush draw, which seems like the most often our villain in this spot. Like we'll be having some sort of flush, but I love it. He goes for the block bet, block small value bet. If the Wang is having some kind of king queen or stuff like that, she will be just calling and he will be win a little bit more, but just like that he wins more than 600 because it was 200 pre-flop. So I believe he wins something like 700 or 800. I don't know why the graphic is again a little bit off. And we see the player on the seat 7 is going away from the table. That's something I talked before, that you can see on the cash game that the player just can't stand up, tell them I'm going home. Good luck, guys. So we are at the moment 7-handed on the table. The table talk and the dynamic of table fall a little bit, and Luboš is a little bit frustrated as the game is not played very quickly and he's losing the money, so he wants to play as much or as many hands as it possible, and he's being pissed off. From the small blind he folds, and the player on seat 8 decides that he wants to eat, so he some sort sit out but still in. This is something that you can see happen sometimes, but not super often. Vito, without scanning hands, raise the ace jack 8 triple suit, gets 3-bet by Chris with single suited aces. And Vito decided that he wants to just fold. I believe this hand is good enough for call, but he decides to fold. And Luboš, from his smaller stack, he puts Mississippi on. He wants to force some kind of bigger hand to happen, and Zbojnik on c8 decided that he wants to only miss one hand, or he just finished the meal. So he joined us back at the small blind.
na tej ostričke.
And I can see the visible frustration on Luboš. I can totally see why all the professionals probably was in this kind of situation that you are playing the game, you seems like playing your normal game, every spot is going bad and it's not going as you wish, and when you're thinking, okay, it's no problem, we're just gonna play and I will win it back, the game starts to be and the game is being stopped and the cards are not dealt. So this is very unhappy situation for him, but as I say, this is life, this is something that happened and happening to everybody of us, so it's just something that you need to be mentally strong and even stronger as normal people here, that you just don't want to go out of your mind or out of your comfort. You just want to play your game, enjoying the time. I understand nobody enjoying the losing money, but with a good mindset you can win it back always. The money is on the table. And we see another pretty common phase of Bratislava, which is David, which probably gonna join our table. He buying it also for minimum, I believe, for 500 euro. And we will see. We are having. This is something that I was telling Luboš is gonna forcing some kind of big hand, and he end up being all in preflop with King 864, which is for sure something we will be not seeing in the first hands of the day. So the frustration is showing up. They both pick up a pair. Luboš hits his, let's say, bullshit hand, or don't want to be this kind of bad, but he just being tilted and stack off almost any 4. And they are putting it twice. This is something that I don't understand. If you're gonna put yourself all in with this kind of hand, you just want to double your stack or reload, I believe. So they are chopping up, and as you see on the screen, they are both winning literally 2 euros. So if Luboš wants to gamble, I understand it, but gamble means going on once and
Hello, my friend. clear.
Time collection.
Ah, sorry. Hundred five.
30?
100.
105.
100.
Tak, na soort stoken dan.
Story. Dobro.
Dat je kans stoken uit
Robin is raising to pod 100 with the king check 8. I see the reasons. Zbojnik is calling 100 with ace 9 4. I don't see the reason. And he just open action for Patrick to squeeze, and he totally know what he's doing. It's not end of the world if he gonna stack off pre-flop, but Robin is gonna having tough times because he's either having against aces and he will only need to hit king, or he's against different type of hand, and no matter what he will have a very hard time to navigate this hand. So I will not hate the fold, and I almost want to say that I see his movement that he was folding, but he decided just in the middle that okay, maybe not. And Vito is having the great hand for this. I will even love him to jam here, because he often will be against aces and kings, or aces and something different. So if he folds, I believe he shouldn't be in this table, honestly, because this is the spot you are waiting for. You are having the best hand ever. You just need to decide if you want to call and stack off on the flops, which is also good, or you want to just stack off here. You cannot... I'm pissed. I'm literally pissed, guys. Sorry for showing my emotions, but this is pure a person that is playing probably a hold'em or not playing too much PLO, because this is probably the biggest mistakes I see in this whole final table. And this is why you will flop the nuts. You will flop the nuts. And that's why you should be in this spot. You want to sit on 800 euro during the whole day, or you want to play. And as I say, biggest mistake I see on this table, and I see the Wang calling the 10-7 5 deuce rainbow. So honestly, maybe next week you will not hear me by the commentating station, and you maybe see me in front of the dealer, because if somebody is playing PLO and available in the Bratislava and Šamorín and the surroundings, I believe you should jump to the car and join this table immediately. And I understand why David sits on this table. If he watch just like 20-30 minutes of the stream, he will probably understand the dynamic and the players, which I say few of them are very easy to read, and as I say, probably only Patrick and Chris are here the, let's say, professionals or people that are living only from the poker money, I will say. By Chris, I will say that I almost know it, that he's not having any job or something. He's just working on the poker dream. Maybe he's having, and I'm giving you false information. I'm sorry if that's that, but you can correct me in the comment section if you know how it is. I like his play of the hold'em, and he show up that he's not bad in the PLO also. Believe he wants to have some kind of more guidance and understanding the game a little bit more, but he's on the right path, I will say. And jump back into another multi-way board or multi-way pod, which are tough to commentate because it's more like who gonna hit whatever, because it's a little bit like it's very hard to navigate these spots. And Patrick is flopping against top set, against just the pure flush draw of Wang, and she's stack-offing it. Vito, I don't know what he's doing pre-flop. Why is he not stack-offing the ace, king, king, queen? That's like another misstep. I don't know if he's like really originally only a hold'em player. And they are running it twice again. First board is almost for sure his, and we are having another split pot, so they will chop it up 50-50. Hey, I get the information that we are having some kind of troubles with the audio. I'm waiting for the response if it's still on or you are not able to hear me. Okay, so we are not having any troubles, everything is good. I hope that everybody can hear me clearly. Vito is having again a very nice hand. He should be raising this hand because this is the hand you can also call a 3-bet, especially on the tables where the 3-betting is only aces or 4-bet. This is literally the hands, for example, like the ace jack jack 8, which Vito was opening last time. He should be calling because it's much easier for him to continue the hand because he's not able to call a 3-bet, so he wants to go for a limp call. But with the hands like 10-9, 8-7 single, you want to raise, and even if somebody re-raising you, for you is the best to go heads up or 3-way with this hand, much better than going 5-way or 6-way. So now he calls. Patrick goes for the ISO raise with the aces. And David decides that he wants to play for all of his chips, and Vito is against folding 10-9, 8-7. Against, let's see what David have, but I hope that we will again see that Vito with 10, 9, 8, 7 will be winning, because this is the hand that's having against the aces, against the aces where
Áno, čo chceš? Nerozumiem.
and we are waiting. David is having ace, king, jack, jack. I don't hate it with his stack. I don't hate it, but let's see. The ace, king, jack, jack, ace, ace, 8, 4. We see with the 10, 9, 8, 7, he will be not winning, but he will be having a flush draw against the aces and the side pot.
Flush draw, ďakujem.
Flash draw, ďakujem. Patrick is having 11.5k. He's really enjoying the time, and I cannot blame him. I will be doing the same. He's dominating the table. He's enjoying himself. He do whatever he wants to do with these guys. He's running good, of course. Of course, he's having even the luck on his side, but he lose sometimes. We can see that he's not unbeatable, but the hands, he's part of it. He's often being an aggressor. He can say, or he can choose when to bet. He's playing in position most of the time. When he was in the big hands, he was an aggressor and he was in position. And this is like pyramid. Like if you put these two steps behind you or under you, then you know that you can work upwards. Like you have a very good start, and when you're having good start, then you can do whatever.
One more time. Hop, hop. Adod neked ma 500. Csak úgy van. Ezek azt hiszik, beöltem, úgy van.
He's talking to the dealer in Hungarian. I don't know if he understands or he speaks Hungarian. He's being just in the mood. He sees the players are just limping and he's having 11k. He will raise the 50. He will not gonna say he will not care about the 50, but he will be just happy to play. And again, we are being in position against cap range. That means that small blind, big blind just limp call. They are not having aces. They are not having any hands that can some sorts like help them. So with he just pot.
I4. Huh?
Okay, gamble time.
All in. Okay, all in.
And Lubos can see his hand, which means that he can make his decision pretty easy. And if it's ace 4, okay, he folds. Because if he see only ace 4, then he can wins with the 10, jack, king, and even a 5. He will chop up. So, but the aggression of Patrick wins another pot, and he's increasing his stack even more than 11.5k. So I believe this player will be seen often as his first presence, as I know, in Card Casino, and especially in Extreme PLO Cash Game, being very, very, very nice for him.
I love you, Lugo. I love you, Lugo. I love you, Lugo. Yeah, Lugo. Lugo. Yeah, Ima.
Guys are having a good time, so that seems like some kind of drops of alcohol already was drinking. And he's spotting again with the 6-6-5-4. Bitte zahlen. A Lubos má iný plán s Ace, King, Queen.
Okay.
Tribetuje na
All in.
210.
It's all in. Yeah.
And everybody is going all in.
I 4-4-3-2. 4-4-3-2. Zweimal, zweite Mal. Geht's.
They are stack offing Luboš against Bojnik. The ace king king queen versus ace queen queen 9.
4-4-3-2. Ah, fair.
And Luboš flopping the nuts.
Good.
And only king for a chop. We are having the nuts versus second nuts.
One more
And
time.
Luboš is double up. He can have more reasons to put the smile on, and we are running twice. So he will need to hold this also. But he's holding it, so Bojnik's losing another 1,000 euro. But he was originally playing for all pre-flop, even against Patrick, so I don't know if it's the best idea to put ace queen queen 9 for 300 blinds, but sometimes maybe yes, but sometimes maybe not.
Ty kokos. Do piči je, kamarát. Come on.
Napili sa, pohádali. Vieš domov. Ten mu pohádali sa cestou domov a ten mu 100 km rýchlosti vyskočil.
Daj mi again.
Seems like David is not joining us back to the table, which is very weird for me. Also, the place from the bank is free.
Fracture. Next time we can. And again. Akcik.
The Wang is still here, but she's just not playing again. So I can tell you that I will say this to even floor managers that they should be not allowed to play or join this kind of stream tables if they don't want to be on the table. I understand everybody is having different things for the calmness or for their good time, but if you are joining the stream table, you should stay on the table and playing. Vito flopping top set, going for big bet, almost the pot. He even improves to open, and Luboš is having a pair and a gut shot, but with the backdoor flush draw he didn't improve, and Vito against playing very open, like he's betting thirds and halves when he's having semi-good hands, and he's betting pot when he's having top set. I don't believe even if he wants to play PLO, for him will be better to playing off stream for other players not having the ability to watch him and kinda read him very easily in the next times when, for example, other players will be on the table.
Buď rád, že tu teraz sedí.
Even players are right now talking about the Wang, that the players should be happy that she sit just for a few minutes, and because the Vito was telling like, oh, she comes back, but for how long? So even the players see that and don't like that behavior. Vito is having a nice hand. He can very easily even raise because he can calls the 3-bets, but he decides again, in my eyes, going for the wrong decision and just calls, bringing the Bojnik to the play, and he flops the nuts with the redraw. so he can fold. Unfortunately, I'm unable to join the table as I get the information I was asking, because I see this table as very enjoyable for players to play this. And if you want to join, you can contact the floor manager. One seat is open in this moment. We are having a 30-minute delay, so the reality can be that the seat is already taken. But for this reason, they have a telephone number on the site that you can ask if the place is free. And if it's free, I believe they can have a reservation for you for 10 or 15 minutes. So if you are from the Bratislava, you can call, you can come, and in less than 30 minutes being seated on this table, having the time, maybe winning some big money as the Patrick is doing at the moment.
That's what I thought, like the wrong season. Then you have to be inside all the time, that's fine.
Wang is limping from the UTG without scanning the hand. Chris decides that he wants to isolate her, but I don't believe that this will be working long time, and especially with not a hand like Ace Jack 7-6. I believe this is a misstep from Chris. You want to be very, very tight, especially front position against front position. And Patrick is not having his card scanned. Wang is not having her card scanned. Zbojnik is having open. Patrick leads with the top pair for €100. And number 8, or seed 8, is calling with very bad hand pre-flop. But on this flop, it's some kind of better. The double pair, I don't know. It's maybe good for the Wang. Zbojnik is not gonna love it. And she's probably having a deuce. So Patrick will be folding. He wants to get the count, but if it's more than 400, I believe he's not having the right odds. Because he can also maybe think sometimes. Yeah, Patrick is playing very good. Wong is almost always having it. Yeah, she's having a deuce and she decided that she wants to raise it, which is bad. Honestly, guys, I don't want to be some kind of unnecessary nice or good about the place. I'm here more like be some kind of mirror and telling you like what is good, what is bad. As I say, I'm not thinking I'm the best in the world. I just think that I play some hands, I win some tournaments, I was on some cash games, and I can give you my opinion. And I understand these people are having fun. Okay, even Chris was surprised. And let's see how this evening gonna end up. We can see Luboš joining the game again. Even him being a little bit tilted, I believe he knows what to do. He having the Ace 8-7-6, which I believe in the non-Mississippi spot he will be raising, but he don't want to raise 100 and face a raise or face a 3-bet to 300, so he goes for the thing that he will go for a limp call, trying to not increase the size of the pot out of position. He goes for a nice float without any special equity, but on the turn he picks up the full rep.
Dobro.
And he folds. I don't know if we are having some troubles in the graphics again, but I believe if you are calling flop with the ace 8 7 6 on a 9-9 deuce, that you pick up the 5, which is the dream card. It's the only card, like, yeah, we can pick the ace and having the top pair, but top pair is not that good. It's much better to having the like big draw than a very vulnerable top pair. Because if our villain having ace king 10 deuce, which he bets on the flop, or he wants to bet the flop, then even the ace which we gonna both hit is not gonna help us, but it's gonna help the Patrick. So I don't understand. If he wants to fold, I believe he can fold on the flop. If he wants to call, I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. I believe you can do some stuff, and Luboš especially is not some kind of GTO player. It's more like a feeling guy. So if he almost like I will say, if he smells the fear or if he smells the blood, he can go for it. But Patrick is really a captain of the table. He's choosing the dynamic. He's making the table also enjoyable. Let's be honest that he's the guy that are communicating or is communicating the most. Wang was not on the table most of the time. Vito and Luboš are mostly communicating in Slovak, and they are just like the right wing is one part of the group and the left wing is the winning part of the table. And Luboš, Zbojnik and Vito are having tough times to find the profit, mostly just donating the money to the Hungarian and Austrian fellas. And Patrick being aggressive with the pure bluff, and he starts enjoying himself. But Zbojnik is having... And Zbojnik is putting him all in, and he folds out.
No flush, no.
This is... I don't know if Patrick drinks a little bit more than he should, but he raised 400. The guy on the seat 8 goes all in for 315, and he folds. He folds better hand in my eyes because, or he folds the 3s, which was the pair. The other guy was having just the big draw with a lot of cards to hit. Yeah, Mr. Goat, Mr. Inter Milano is having a good time, drinking with some maybe new friends from Slovakia. And let's see. I love him. I literally love this guy, and I hope he can join us even next week. And the big surprise for you, the next week we will be also having not the one stream on Monday, the 5-5, but we will be having a second stream on Thursday, the biggest cash game ever streamed in Slovakia, with the most money on the table, and it will be the 100-200 PLO. We have already successfully reserved some players, and the game will be for sure next week on Thursday, probably in the same time as this stream, around 18 or 19 in the night. We, and you especially, can be very hyped about some super high stakes, and I heard it's also few Hungarian guys joining this big game. It's not gonna be only the Slovakian, as we both know, or as we all know, the 100-200 will be with the minimum of 1 or 10 or 20,000 euros. So this will be something that you are looking for, and you can be looking for in front. Let's see this hand. It's a Patrick versus Wang, and Patrick is having a much nicer hand in my eyes. All in call. We are having a 2.5 thousand pot. Wang is having a top set. Patrick is having a gut shot and a flush draw. Bang! Patrick is winning, but I believe they will be running it twice. And it is, and he wins it both! Ay, 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 ay. I don't want to be this bad, but I believe the Wang little bit deserves. For what was she doing? She was not here the whole time. When she wins, she go away for 40 minutes. She come back, go away for another 20 minutes. I don't want to say anything bad to anybody, but when I see these two guys next to each other, I'm much more happy that the Patrick is winning than the Wang is winning. And as Chris says it, alles zu Papa. I'm happy for Patrick. He's sitting on 12,000 euro, and Wang is reloading for 500. I don't know if this is the best decision, but we are all having the own money, so she decided she wants to join again for 500 euro.
Just lucky.
But Hungarian guy is starting to little bit more drunk than, let's say, I will be if I will be having in front of me a 12,000 euro. This is not your basic 1-2 game, which we can find in Slovakia. But also, I don't know if he thinks before the stream that he will be winning this much, almost 10,000 euro in profit. He sits with the 3,000. Only guy sits with the big stack, but he wants to have even more. And the dealer is not feeling this guy that much, honestly. I understand. The dealer is in his job. He is going for his hour pay job. But in this scenario, I believe he should be more friendly. We are having some stream cash game. He can also earn some big tips, especially from guy like this, which wins so much. I'm not a fan of this also because most people, and I'm one of them, don't like that much when somebody that you don't know is touching you. And I see it multiple times that happens when this kind of guy from the old school era thinks it's a little bit more friendly than it is, and some guys and some women also tell him that they are not appreciating this. And if you don't like something that the other player is doing on the table, always say something. You are the same customer as them, so if you don't like somebody doing something to you on the poker table, always ask for the floor manager, or if you are able to solve it without him, then solve it. But if you need something you don't like, just say it. Don't be quiet and trying to be not making conflict or something. Just say it. You are the same customer. Doesn't matter if you are having 200 euro or he's having 10,000 euro. We all should behave together, like we are playing together, and everybody wants to have a good time, and we are having a new friend on the table. It's a seat 7. I believe he will be Austrian or German, as I see another sports hoodie, and I believe I see the German eagle. Maybe he's even Albanian. I see the hoodie only for a quick second, so we will see after he will join the game and after he will be dealt cards first time. And Patrick is having just the pure fun. He calling 3-bet pre-flop with a 9-8-8-4 and the Wang, which get dealt the ace is king 10. The very next hand after she bust out, she taking down this spot pre-flop. And again, I will be not appreciate it this much of contact, but maybe she's just being, maybe she don't care, or maybe she's just having a good time and literally being on the table trying to win the money also from him, because in this moment I believe the Luboš will be very hard to win the money. The crease will be also hard to lose some money, so for the players it's more likely the Vito or Zbojnik will be the Patrick, which are having fun and a huge profit, that they will lose some money and you can win it back. So I don't hate it from her side if she's just doing it to be friendly. And also for the Slovakian fellas, I have the information that I just get that the Slovakia is winning against the Luxembourg. We are playing the World Championship qualification, and we are winning against the Luxembourg 1-0 in the 64th minute. Vito is having a nice hand, Jack 10, 8-7. Again, it's more likely that he likes it as two separate hold'em holdings, but this is probably a hand that likes everybody. Bojnik is having a not so nice hand. And again, as I told you, Vito, when he has having a top set, he was betting a full pot. Now he's trying to steal it. He betting 25 to pot of 80, so, or even pot of 100. So Luboš, even with the queen 5, which is easy fold in this scenario, I believe he just very easily read it that Vito will have some kind of weak holding, and it was also true. So I like this hand. I believe that for most people will be just the normal hand, but I see that Luboš was aiming and hunting Vito because he see this kind of misplay. So let's see if Luboš will be able to find more these leaks and mistakes by other players and maybe manage to win some money back. It's always a good time to have this kind of guy on your table. Only if you are losing 6,000 euro and you try to win it back, then it can be tilting. But Luboš, I love you seems like you cannot hate this guy. Ace 10 7, I see that crease is flops top and bottom, but Luboš flops top and top. And I hope that crease is not gonna see bet, and he's gonna do that. I don't like it because it's almost none of the card that comes on the turn is not changing the nuts. Only like 5, 4, 3 and deuce. All other cards are bringing some straight, something that it will be hard. Zbojnik is having double gut shot. Now he's going for the pot control, but I don't like it because Luboš knows that if he will be beaten by Chris with aces, 10s or 7s, he will be continuing betting. So in this, he understands that he's having the best hand and betting it hard for it. So if the river is not bringing 7 or a diamond, Luboš will be winning. And it's a diamond. The question is if he wants to lead or not. He's doing some kind of...
780.
I don't like this also. Like, I don't see him having too many bluffs that he will bets in less than 5 seconds. He looks on his cards. Yeah, maybe you can have the ace-7 with only ace of diamond, but the hands you will be calling the turn and leading the river. I don't know if he's having any bluffs, because if he's having, for example, king, queen, jack 9, he's having a full wrap, he will be always betting the turn. So for Luboš, this is a very easy spot for him, because, as I say, the pre-flop, flop, turn, and river is like the pyramid. That, like, if you play good pre-flop, you can then put another step above, so you can play a good flop. And if you play good flop, you can play good turn. But if you miss some step in front, like if you misplay the pre-flop, you are almost unable to play good flop game and good turn game, because you are working on the weak start. And also, like for me, when I was starting, for me was mandatory to learn the pre-flop and the flop plays, because you can, for example, in this game, you can buy it for 500, 1,000 euro, and with this dynamic of table that we are most of the time going pre-flop for 200 euro, then you will be not having so many turn and river decisions. So if you learn yourself very good pre-flop and very good flop play, then you can be a winning player even in the beginning of your journey to learn PLO. So that's why I always say to the guys that are starting, that are having troubles to having a consistent winning sessions on PLO, is that just focus on pre-flop. When the table is very loose, you want to be a very tight. If the table is very tight, you can be a very loose. This is just like the easy steps to follow, but I believe if you learn pre-flop and learn flop very good, you will be winning player. If you learn a few basics, like PLO hands are being categorized by 3 main categories, and for the full beginners, I will say that if the hand is good enough in 2 categories, then you can be aggressive with her. Let's say it on some kind of example when this game is played, but it's nothing. It's nothing too serious to talk. It's just like 2 draws against each other. The Hungarian guys seems a little bit tipsy. But back to the categories. We're having high pairs. We're having that's the first category, is a high pair. Second category is connectivity, and the third category is high suit. So if the hand is good in all 3 categories, we can be raising, we can go all in, we can just go for it. For example, hands like ace, king, king, queen, double suited. We have high pair, we have high suit, we have connectivity. This is good. For example, we have 10, 9, 8, 6 double suited. We have suits, we have connectivity, but we don't have high pair. So we are having just 2 of 3. So this hand can be categorized as a call or as a raise, and not 4-betting but calling 3-bet. And this is just like the easy basics that I can share with you that can help the beginning, or not beginning necessary, but even like moderate players on PLO, that you will be not finding so many coachings that will be saying as in the hold'em, when you have ace 10 off, you need to 3-bet 25%. The PLO coachings, even with the ranges, are looking more like you are raising 20% of the range, and the 20% of the range seems like all high pairs with high suits and connectivity, all connected, full connected rundowns with at least one suit. And you can categorize these hands. You are not necessarily thinking about just the one hand, but you are thinking of category of hands. Like this is the double suited rundowns. This is a single suited rundown with the gap. That's, for example, Jack 10 9 7. That's a rundown with a gap. Or we are thinking about high pairs, how to play kings and aces. So this is a little bit more talking by my side, and I want to just share some knowledge. I will be not sharing everything, as probably you understand that as some of the other guys, I also pay some not so small money for coachings, but I believe the community should have something for free, and not many people wants to share some kind of wisdom here. So I'm happy just to be able to share you some tips, and if I see in 2 years some Slovakians in the big PLO final tables, I will be just more and more happy, as I often see, for example, Samo Straňák, Koleno, Lukasino. We have so many good PLO players in Slovakia that I will be put my hand in the hell that in 5 or 10 years we will be having a good champion, good big PLO champion in Slovakia. Maybe it's gonna be Samo, maybe it's gonna be Lukáš, and maybe it's gonna be me. We will see. And I get the information that we will be probably today streaming till the 11 o'clock. I'm working on the information. I believe it's gonna be between 11 and 11:30. But the guys will be playing the whole night, so if you just want to join the game will be not stopping when the stream stop. The game will just go, as I say, dark, going offline, and they will be playing more, or maybe they just want to be on stream and they will be not playing more. But as I see, they are having a full 4 tables, I believe 3 PLOs and 1 hold'em. So it's a plenty of action, which I'm happy to see, because sometimes in Slovakia it's very hard to find some good games. But if the games off stream are just half good as this, what we are looking right now, then it's very, very possible that you want to join. And Mr. I Love You Baby against flops the best. And when he's so drunk and singing and going for pot, it's very hard for you to believe that he hit something, but I believe all this is some kind of actor. Like, he doing it on purpose. He knows what he's doing. He knows that his image is looking like he's a drunk guy winning a lot. So he understands that he will get more calls, for example, from the hand like Queen 10 9 5 Rainbow. Patrick improves even to the nuts flush draw. And I believe this is the end from the zbojník. And Patrick is back to 12k. We can be singing again. We'll be singing in 10 seconds. No, we have a German language from the Hungarian fellow in Slovakia. And we can see Patrick up 9,000. Chris up 1.5. Vito is for sure down because he was not buying it for 17 euro. As I get the information that minimum is 500 euro. And everybody else is losing. I believe at this moment everybody is losing except of Chris and Patrick. And probably a new Chris, which is the Christopher from Austria on seat 7 between Lubos and Zbojnik. So we have two Chris, one with the funny name on the seat 3 and one with his real name on the seat 7. You can heard in this game is for sure the 7 of clubs will not come. And I will put another information because I hope that if some of you are watching our stream that you are unable to see the Slovakian football, but we are winning the 2-0 and seems like we're gonna win today against the Luxembourg. So I'm happy for our team and our nations. I'm curious, what is this hoodie? I see OVB. I'm gonna Google. I will bring you the information. What is this hoodie?
I call on the you.
I will say
Call.
yes.
OVB seems I find it. It's
One time.
Austria OVB home jersey.
Давай, давай.
Wait, sir. Please. Počkaj, čakáme, lebo on mne nepočuje, vieš, on tu vykrikuje.
Dealers is a little bit pissed off because he tried to communicate with the organizers and people behind the computers that are helping to stream to continue correctly, but the Hungarian guy is a little bit in the too good mood. So we also want for our dealers to having the best possible work conditions. So if you see this kind of things happening, please be patient and don't talk to the dealer. He needs to solve something and he needs some time and calmness to.
Mamma mia.
And the Patrick is showing the ace king of diamonds and Rich getting richer. Vank flops the wrap but didn't improve. Zbojnik flops the top pair but again king, queen, 4, 3. He's not a good hand. Don't play these hands, please, guys. And Patrick is going on 14,000 euro. This seems like let's make the Patrick richer and richer and drunker and drunker. Vang is going probably for another reload. Also Zbojnik going for another reload. I believe Zbojnik is in for almost 7 or 8,000, so he's the majority of the profit of the Patrick. And I will again let you for the last 5 minutes, as I'm also being unfortunately addicted to the nicotine, so I will be going for the smoke break, quick smoke break, 2-3 minutes, and I will be come back and joining you for the final 30 to 60 minutes, and I hope we will see some crazy stuff and we can see what is happening or what is waiting for us in the next hour.
No Mississippi. Yeah, no Mississippi. Is there one? Okay. Yeah.
5-5-10. Tak budeme hrať boty do ruky 5-5 design.
So no Mississippi. But this one,
Mississippi,
under the gun.
all go. Yeah. Up to you.
Ja.
Eight.
Eins verlassen.
80.
Njega su doradili.
300.
To je tragedija.
Spielen.
This man.
Ja. 300. Yeah, 500.
Okay.
Sedmička, osmička.
Schütze lieber. Schütze lieber. Wenn du sie wieder weg. Nein, jetzt kannst du es geben. Das geht nur einmal kurz, dann ist es Nein, einmal. Du kannst sie, glaube ich, auch einzeln nacheinander. Jetzt Pause machen. Ja, you play.
Okay. No, each way. Each.
Ja. Wir haben erste Plätze.
So, on our race, tam do
Da wollte ich schützen.
Môže pás na sedmičke dala kolo. Osmičke boli, lebo on mal len 600. Takže máme pás aj pás jednotka. Áno. Oni 500, 600 a oni hrajú ešte.
因为你那个是因为4公里接着你能约他这样。
Zapravo, da, vidiš. No, tamo. Nisam mislio da ono tu imamo drugi nekorač.
Sedmičke dao
Treffer, gell?
You. Two raz.
One time,
Ach so, ja,
two time.
Ich hab verstanden, 2 bei 11.
Wie viel? Warte bis. Wie viel? Two times.
No, wait, are you not?
Klasička zopakuje teraz.
Warte. Meine, dieser Mann ist alles Geld mein. Warte, langsam. Dieser Mann, wie viel? Der Zeitpunkt. Voll.
Takže main
I fold.
na osmičku.
Yes. Einmal. Einmal plus.
Main ball.
Just einmal. Zweite Mal. Fertige. Warte.
Moment.
Einmal plus. Zweite Mal noch.
Ale to je sideball.
Der zweite Mal noch plus.
Er ist Sideboard. Du hast meinen Ball. Austat der hier.
Ano.
Patrick, gut?
Nein, diese 300 waren
Good.
No.
How long you
The
been?
300 right here. Yeah, 300. Just give him here 300. Just give him here 300.
Hey.
Patrick, wait, please.
Just give him 300. 3. Yeah, then
Drinnen Dame, zweimal. Geht einfach.
Ja, okay.
ja, dann sind aber in einer Viertelstunde 10.000 weg.
Ja, wirklich, jedes Partie geht gegen verloren. Jedes Partie.
Lucky man.
But you want sideboard, man.
Love it.
Sideboard was more.
You good man.
You too.
That you good kind of girl.
Da, jest er.
Just 100. 100.
Bojnik zistał.
Warte. 800. 9. 1000. Dankeschön. Wiedersehen. How have you been? Wat ik zo schwer kan. Vierzig. Hello, please. Service. Who was service? Okay. Just go. Isso.
Immer nur Nuts.
Ah, nee. You wish you knew. I4.
Yeah.
Ja sam plav.
Und aus einer Hand nein.
One pass.
Ja, deswegen habe ich es nicht so gezählt.
Daj dole. Alebo ne. Ne. Onda 20. Twenty, stredu. Stredu, 20.
Like 2 points or 3? 5, 5, 10?
5, 5, 10.
One check.
Hello guys, I'm back again. I'm very happy because I also check my phone. I get quite a lot of very nice messages from you that you enjoy even the table and my commentary. So I'm more than happy to hear that and see that on my mobile. And let's come and continue and probably a finish soon this cash game. I see that the Patrick is even more money when I was leaving the streaming booth.
Einmal und dann
Now he's probably sitting around 15 to 16,000. So we are having a double straddle from the Patrick, which I clearly understand. He's not having problem for the game being bigger. Also, Chris seems to increase his stack, which I'm happy to see that. He's also having a nice hand, the Ace, King, Queen, 7, and his stacks being bigger is something that I'm very happy to see. What's going on? Please let the graphic to catch up. So we are having a double straddle from Patrick, limp from the bank with the 10-9-8-8, isolation raise from the crease with the Ace, King, Queen, 7, and a 3-bet almost jam, 3-bet King, King, 10-10. And Chris is folding his 46% equity. Which also, if we know that Vito is strictly aces, then it's a fold. But if he has kings, then you see that we have right amount of equity just to continue. But he decides to fold, which I don't hate, honestly. He put a good performance in the game that he are part of. So why necessarily take the spot when you are guessing what your opponent can have? So I don't blame him for fault, especially after isolating a limp to the double straddle. His range is pretty tight, so the Ace, King, Queen, 7 single is one of the worst hands he will be ISO racing, so I like the fold. Good job, Chris. Robin raised the single suited Ace 9-6-4, not a fan of. Luboš calling the queens and deuces, that's I'm a fan of. Christopher behind him from the button calls the Ace 7-4 deuce. I don't blame him. He's a little bit loose, but if we having the Patrick on the UTG 3-bet with the Jack 10 4-3 rainbow, then it must be a good call with the Ace 7 4-3. So he 3-bets. Zbojnik cold calls small blind with King 9 6-6. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I wish Luboš to hit. And Christopher hits it hard. Nobody's having hearts. Patrick can be representing some stuff because he having a par and a gut shot. And Christopher on the seat 7 is betting 400 with his nuts and redraw to nuts. And Patrick decides to put the maximum pressure on. I don't understand why here was that some kind of delay. He should snap it. He should be a good sportsmanship. I don't know if he thinks that the guy will be folding or whatever. And we are running it one time. And only those which we knows only one is there, as the Luboš is folding the queens and deuces. And the 4 deuce is good. And 4 deuce is good, and Christopher is making the full double up against the Patrick, which seems that he little bit goes out of line, and a little bit a lot. And we are increasing the amount of the winners. Also the right wing starts winning a little bit. So in this moment we are having 3 winners and 5 losers on the table. The winners are Patrick with winning almost 10,000 euro. Christopher on the seat 3 winning more than 3,000. And Christopher on the seat 7 also winning more than 2,000 euro, I believe. Everybody else is in the red numbers. But the night is young, they can still manage to change it. Christopher is calling 200 with Jack 993. Not a fan. Against, as I will say, by he puts 400, which should be a raise, but the dealer was saying no, and she don't. I will say she don't care about it, unfortunately, and the action should be much different than in reality is. But the Patrick 4 bets to 1k with the ace queen 8-6. He just wants to gamble, honestly. I can feel his mood. He just wants to gamble. And against Robin, it's not the end of the world because... But Zbojnik with the King 7-7-5, which is a hand that I will be not calling 10 euro if somebody raising pre-flop. He puts himself all in and he's having 55% three-way. This is something unheard of. But let's see what the God of Cards will bring us. Sevens are ahead. Patrick having additional gut shot, but the gut shot is not counted because it will give the Zbojnik the full house. But ace coming, bringing the flush draw, and the ace queen will be chopping up between Patrick and Robin, and Zbojnik is either eliminated. But no, Zbojnik has in front of him more than 2,000 euro. He's not putting all in for 800 euro, which I was thinking and I believe was bad. But he puts more than 2,000 euro with this hand to the pot. We will see if he will join or for him it's enough. And Patrick and Robin Patrick will be winning the whole side pot because Robin was for sure having only 800 or 900 euro. So him and Patrick will chop the main pot and the big side pot of more than 1,500 or more than 1,000 will be going to the Patrick, increasing his profit to for sure over 10,000 euro.
Yeah. I love you. Luboš, I love you. What the fuck?
175.
175.
Yeah, and that's it. And that's it. Yeah. Come on. Samuel. What?
675.
Postflop gibt's nicht. 750.
Now the money is just flying. Pre-flop.
I four. No,
How much is it?
four.
How much is it? How much did you put? Is it a raise or not?
I go.
It's a raise, right?
Mata.
170?
Vas, mata.
2-0, ja nie wiem, kiedy go dostałem.
No. Bad.
Wait. Yeah, it's a raise.
Yes.
All in, go, one time. One time. One time. Yeah. Go.
Showdown oder ohne Showdown?
Yeah. One time.
Showdown?
No showdown.
Schaust du mal nicht genug jetzt, ne?
Yes.
Oder sowas.
Come on, please. Come on.
Patrick flops.
Come on.
And Patrick's having a quads winning a 4,000 pot just like that. You cannot play against this guy. Takes all the money from everybody, busting 2 players. And I believe the game is kinda slowly.
Wait.
Hey, more old.
Jay, wait 1 second.
This.
And he wants his money.
Alex
He just, the guy under 4, he just wants to give him a big chips.
No. Thank you. Meine Geld.
And he's singing meine Geld if he wants.
10.000.
Ich weiß, du viele Glück.
Dankeschön. Danke, vielen. Easy call. Thank you. I love you, babe.
He's having a good time. I cannot blame him. He's enjoying the time, the money. Why not?
7, 8, 9. Here, back. What is okay, thank you. Very fine. Ima. Engraçado. Thank you. Good. Thank you. I love it.
Now we have another family pot where Chris and Vito are both flopping a flush draw. This is also why I say to most of players that playing PLO to avoid going to the pots with middling flush draws, because this is something that can happen. I believe we are already on the turn, which is another diamond, which is another problem, because Vito will be thinking that his flush is good and is even better. And again, he's betting a 50 to 150. I believe if he has nuts, he will be betting a pot. But against his live tell and his sizing tell tells exactly where Chris can be and what he can expect. He check back and he will be winning in the showdown. I don't hate from him to lead, but it's very player to player. Like, yeah, for sure it's much easier for me to say when I'm seeing the cards, but he knows when he's good, he's betting big. So if he's betting only let's say a third or something, then he's most likely be check backing river, so he can go for small value bet, small middle value bet, and folding against raise because this player will be not ever bluff raising you.
Dale česničku, ale čo si...
Congratulations.
Thanks, thanks.
Yeah. You guys, Card Casino. Congratulations.
Ondro, jeden čivas a kola zero.
Ten. Yes, sir.
A kola zero.
Varsvek. Big coco. Peachy.
One raise 60.
Ano.
Jedno 60, na dvojke 200.
How much?
220.
200. Easy.
Right.
Easy so good.
220, and he immediately asks aces, because if you are playing 5 hours and only see race once or twice, you almost always know you are against the aces, so it's very easy to play. And it's aces against aces.
Ich war auch bis Streber.
Hast du ein Kreuz hast du auf jeden Fall.
Aye. The Robin is flop almost dead. The 9-3, he flops the 2 pair. And unfortunately the Vank. They are running it twice. And we are waiting for the second board. This is just unlucky.
Later.
Nimm eine Hand.
Okay. Servus. Später.
So we are waiting for the second board. I believe I heard the Hungarian player wants to quit or wants to... What is going on, dealer? Please. This is something that is so bad for the game, this delaying and 6 time moving the board. Please dealt us the second board. Or bring us some two dealers that will be changing and can get a good advice before the stream, because I can see this as a player perspective. This can tilt you so much when this thing is happening. So, and now we have some time, because the dealer will be counting the stacks. The first board will be win by Robin. The second one will be split. So, in reality, it's very easy to make it. It just means that Robin is winning 3/4 of the all money that happened to be inside.
Swing it. How is it? Schlafen?
Du schlafen?
Nee, du?
Ja, nichts.
Normally, if we play 5 less than,
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
without
Päť kartov budeme otvoriť.
Total.
Ten?
Papa. Total.
We
And I get the information from the organizers and people behind the curtains that in the real time, which means at 11 o'clock, which is now, the table changed or table broke up. They want to play also the PLO 5 and probably other variants of the poker. So in reality, the stream table ends, so which for us means that we are in front of the last 30 minutes of the stream. We will enjoy these last 30 minutes and let's see if Patrick will be even bigger winner or if he brings down and bring home the beautiful 12.5 thousand of profit, which honestly is more than the players behind them. They are playing the qualification for 100 euro, 100k guarantee, which will be a smaller first prize than this guy wins here in 4 hours of PLO. If this is not a nicer commercial for you to come play to whatever is close place to you or online, just find the joy and enjoy the PLO. This is the best form of poker, especially for the cash game. For the tournament, it's a little bit harder. Some tournaments are with ante, some of them are without ante, and the ICM and the bubble is a little bit harder to play as we are not playing all in pre-flop possible, but only pod limit. But this is a little bit different talk. Let's see. Maybe it's even good because maybe some players will be too drunk to play in 1 or 2 hours. But maybe it's even more disrespecting to other guys that this guy, he's winning almost 13,000 euro and it's quite a chance that he will be not remembering that he wins. If he goes by this pace of drinking, just enjoy the life. And Patrick sees the beautiful hand and everybody else can see the 9 of clubs as I see the 9 of clubs. Dealer, please, can you tell the player to not show the cards? This is something that dealer's responsibility, that she should make the table to be good for everybody, because now she didn't see that the guy put his hand up and everybody else can see the card. But for example, the player on the seat 2 or seat 3 are sitting in the angle that they are not able to see. So she should make it, again, 9 of clubs. And she's looking right on the same spot. I cannot believe that she's letting this happen. And this is a big mistake from dealer, because the player on the seat 2 and seat 3 are at the moment in a disadvantage against other players just because of just because the dealer is not doing good job. I will find the word and I will say it, but it's too long and too complicated. But back to the hands. Patrick is not folding the beautiful 9-6-5 deuce 3 suit against the bank. If you know you are always against the aces, then you can do this and you can take. Yes, of course you have aces, bank. You are raising only 3 times during 5 hours and all the time you have aces. it's not it's not the fault of, it's not because the cards are bad to you, it's because you are playing so easy to read, then you are just being your villain or playing against you is probably the easy way. And we are seeing a big guy. Let's welcome Chaba is on the table, and this guy can bring some action, and probably at the moment I'm seeing my favorite for the last 30 minutes. This is the guy that I used to play a few years ago when I was just beginning of playing and learning about the structures and stuff in Slovakian poker. And Chaba will be a well-known name for a few persons in this industry. And I know that he's a very capable player. He can do also some weird stuff, but he plays probably tens and hundreds of hours of PLO. So even maybe he's not every day in the solver, he will be so often in the spot or in the hand that then the other players, because he already plays so many hours of this. So let's see how Chaba will join the action and the dynamic of the table. Now happens that the Radim, the floor manager, takes away the Hungarian guy for some private talk. This is something that players are not happy to see, that because in this moment he is the action player. They want to win money from him, which is really hard if he's not present.
Finish.
And as I understand it correct, he says finish Buzerant, which means we are finishing, friends. And seems like with every drink that the Hungarian guys is drinking, he losing ability to speak English and Slovak as he was speaking before. Now he seems a little bit angry, and maybe the amount that was enough was reached. But I don't want to say something bad about anybody. Just enjoy yourself. If you think the alcohol is the way for you to enjoying the time more, do it. But just for me, if I will be doing this, I will tomorrow see myself in the mirror like I'm irresponsible. Maybe this guy is having 2 million euro or 60 million forint on his bank account, and he's just like enjoying his time and doesn't care if he wins or lose 15k. Then I cannot say a word. But for me and in my situation, when I will be on this table having almost, let me count, more than 3,000 blinds, then you should be responsible and you should act like you having 3,000 blinds. This is something that, for example, some online regulars are not able to win during the whole month. The whole month, if you are winning 3,000 blinds, this is false what I say. It's not so much, but you must to understand that if you are playing the cash games in any time of your living, then you know that 3,000 blinds is a lot of blinds. And we have the first time this view, which I really like. We are playing without the small blind, without the Mississippi, but Christopher is putting the straddle on. Luboš calling with 8-7-4-4. Not a fan. Christopher should raise it up. He calls Vito with a king queen 7 deuce, the easiest fold in your life, especially against Patrick having 16,000 euro. He will be never ever wants to play only for 5 euro. This is like 100% squeeze, and this player should understand that. Luboš is probably understanding that, but he is having the worst hand possible to fight against him. He maybe try to find his set or his straight. But as I say, I'm not a fan of Vito losing another unnecessary 5 euro just by calling and folding. And Christopher, as I kindly ask him to raise pre-flop because this hand has a high opportunity to flop so kinda monstrous. And this is great because Patrick believe he will... Ay. Luboš seems like he wants to take this pot away, and he's playing against the ace king and the flush draw. This will be very hard for him to represent anything, but I believe he will go for it and get the snap call. It's not the easiest, but if our opponent is not having nines, then we are so good, because our opponent is not having aces, our opponent is not having kings. He can have so many draws, he can have hearts, he can have queen jack 10, he can have 5-4 deuce, he can have 9 jack 10, he can have so many pairs and gutshot, so many draws. You are just unable to fold here. Please, Christopher, I understand he's probably just thinking about the spot, going, as I told you this, he's going step by step pre-flop. He was just limping for 10 euros. Is he doing it with aces? Nah. Is he doing it with the kings? No. Is he doing with some kind of 3? Yes, sometimes he can, but that's poker. He sometimes will have some ace 3 that he suckers on us, but you must to call it. Just think about it, think about pre-flop, think about flop, and call. It's also a thing that we are closing the action in like less than 15 minutes. I believe we will be ending, so he maybe don't want to lose the profit, but he still be having a profit even if he folds, or even if he calls and being wrong. Call. Vamos. I know that he must to call, and he will just say you are good. And Luboš bluff off 600. And it can be so easy to just fold pre-flop, but I cannot blame him. I was also in this situation. You are losing from the beginning. You are unable to connect with anything. If you are having 9-8, 7-3, the board comes ace king king, so and so I cannot blame him. It's just like the snowball effect. When it's not going your way, trying to forcing it with force, joke, but you don't need to force it with necessary bad hands, because only thing that happen is you are digging a bigger hole, or bigger minus. And Christopher is having 5k, joining us only like 1 hour left, or 1 hour ago. Now he calls from the hijack. Probably a double straddle is on, and he calls a queen jack 7-5, which is very bad, and I'm not happy to seeing that. Patrick calls. I understand that it's not necessary, but he's not in the folding mood. Robin calls as well from the first straddle and the double straddle Luboš. With some kind of nice hand, I believe he will go for the raise, and it's true. He wants to increase the pot. If he's able to win something back in the last hands, he wants to force it as much as is possible. And it's very easy to play, honestly, because if you are playing, the pot will be like 50 euro and you will be having 600. It's so hard to put all the money in. But by doing this, in the middle is already 350, and if he hits some kind of pair, he will be just putting it in. Unfortunately, he's running like this, so I probably don't blame him if he's not gonna bet it, and it goes check, check, check. The ace on the turn, is not gonna make him more happy. But then seems like he's gonna win. But it's not gonna true because Patrick is gonna take it away. Christopher is not able to call, just the queen high. And Patrick is sitting on unheard of 16,000 euro on the 5-5 game. With this stack, he can play the next week. On Thursday, it will be 100, 200. I believe minimum 10,000 euro. So he can just say on the cashier, please take care of my stack for 1 week. I will come back and I will bring my money. And again, now I don't know if this is the guy from the security or guy from just the card casino. He's taking away our action player, which probably none of the players will be happy that this kind of stuff happening, especially Luboš. Chris is calling against the Mississippi. King 654. I believe the raise or call is the right option. Christopher from UTG calls 9765, not a fan of. Vito from Katov, Queen 1085. Seems very out of line from both players. He hits the 8, but as he hits it, he has literally nobody to pay him anything. Chris is having a flush draw. So for the 50 euro, which is again half of the pot, it's not a 1/3 as he goes with a weird hand. Now he goes for the half pot. And as we can see, the Chris is only having a 3 outs, and one of them comes here as he is having a flush. And both, he's having literally 3 outs, and 2 of them comes on turn and river. Goes for a bigger value, please. It's 125 and Vito is folding, so with his hand he's losing again because he should just fold pre-flop. He will be not having any of these troubles. This is also something, another mistake by dealer in the cash game, especially on the stream cash game. When the players are not on the blinds, you want to deal them the cards for them to be able, as for example the action player on the seed 1, he comes during the dealing of the hands, but he will for easy catch his cards if he gets the opportunity, but our dealer just don't dealt him cards. I don't know if he decided to change the rules, because the dealers before always dealt the cards even if the player is not present on the table. King 6-3 rainbow, the best flops Christopher, but we can see that Chaba is having a pair and a 3 overs backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, and he's having very similar equity than Christopher.
Ja, morgen. Ja, zu viel. Ja, 1 Stunde bist du. Noch keine Stunde, noch. Dat is. Ja, you goed. Goed. Maximum. 100%. Jo, goed.
Ace goes check check. And the action goes check check, so Christopher wins with the King 6. And Chaba played correctly, I believe. He can bluff the river, I believe. But it's not necessary. He has some kind of small, but he has some showdown value. But probably he's not gonna have too many worse hands than a one pair holding. So the worst one pair he probably should change to bluff. But he can still choose some hands like 6, 7, 8, 9. He's having the one pair of sixes, but yeah, here we are having the winnings. Patrick winning 13,000 euro. Chris is winning almost 4K. Vito is losing almost, probably more than 300 or 500. And in this moment, I'm saying goodbye to you. The stream, I believe, should be end up a little bit more gradually, but as we get the information and as you can see, we are reaching the end of the stream. And I'm happy. I'm very happy for you, which was with me the whole time. If you want to know more about the poker, you can watch the Facebook site or Instagram of Card Casino. And if you think or if you want to see something more from my life and my perspective of poker, Instagram JJ3B is always on, and you can see some stories from my life, some stories from the tournament. I believe I put some nice content with point of view from the Ray-Ban glasses of the poker, so it's also nice for you to watch. So don't be stupid and follow me, and follow also Card Casino so you can see some new stuff which is gonna happen almost every week. Take care, guys, and I'm happy to hear you next time.